I was not in your life at that time. No, we've known each other about a year, and Rain turned 3 today. I know, Miss Aquarius. That was 2 years ago, and we've known each other 1 year. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you just got to be strong. Have you had your nap today? Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, absolutely. Well, then that means you need to take your nap. And why don't you create Miss Aquarius? Come on. Come on. Time to be a bit. All right, Miss Aquarius. First, we got to read your house. Count first. Miss Aquarius, when I go viral, something that social media platform is the ability to limit what you see based on age. I want to see anybody who's at least 20 and keep pushing people like it's really young people to adults. And I don't want that, and I know that I would want that as a parent. And it's like I just they should make a group. I don't understand. And I you agree with the function with let's say Discord or TikTok or don't show me any children. You can do that on Tinder, or like you can say don't show me anybody over. So I don't understand that on social. Every single time I send an invite, and it says before it, please join only if you're an adult. Or from a Mhm. So I just got on that basically has no rules on it, and I've already been really mean to me. I mean, so I stream on there, I heard about support. It's called Twitch. They said KL space then YOURSEL. What a welcome. Laughing. I guess fix it. I just screwed it. They're wrong. I still don't understand. So I would just say that social media. Teens should not be on. They should only be on cyber. But anything is good. It's not good for you. They see what the adults are doing and think it's normal behavior, especially like My computer froze. What's going on with Aquarius? What did that was my like the one that you oh come on, that's I like it. I love it. We're good. We're good. All right. What felt with all your demand? Get me a profile picture. You sound like rain. You that girl fairy godmother. It says your name, Brandon. Brandon Jan. Brandon, when did you have them? Brandon 0788. You did 8? There you go. There it'll say your name. And Brandon, did you see all the music channels in the world? It's pretty cool. Check them out. No, not that. That's fine. But no, you see 24/7 radio station, ambient and ancient music and Boston classical music. You see that? Yeah, those are individual music stations. So if you ever want to listen to different music, you can there. It's below the free. It's below the free. I did that last night. Right now, but not always. Sometimes some people join. Some people join. So I joined it about 10 people. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see. Person who did it, right? Yeah. Yeah, like soccer here. You're going to work for one of those major companies and you're going to be a producer. You're going to tell them critically all the TV shows that you have, especially for sports. Was it a Thursday? Yeah, was it? They're cameras on YouTube?
So cute. Who is Princess?
I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Let's hear it. Sweet. Look how. What's your dog's name? You're adorable. It's Aquarius. Jason is back.
Yes, it's me. I got another.
Period. Rabbi of the world. You can just get directly from this chat. It says the plus button. Send it to your other account. Just try, dude. Okay. Say computer definition. I'm making it. Okay, check. Copy that. You're welcome.
There you go.
There. Awesome. Looks like right back.
Verify, right? They won't let me come in.
What did it say to go? Okay, did you refresh? Don't, don't delete it. Miss Aquarius, don't delete it. I don't know what that is, but
I'm just pissed off. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's always not for the silicone. I don't see how the hell y'all got
do you want help?
fucking phone. You know, got you. It's bullshit. And I'm just damn dead shit. You want somebody to have, hey, y'all need to have me. You want somebody to have a tax time. Hey, because we got to get it. Time to get this shit. That's all it is. Okay, so we you can't see my little friend. You want to reach me. Damn. Very fine.
But some of these, it's not
We're saying the bell's not easy. You know, they don't scroll ahead.
Now, so are you ready to play? Are you ready to play? That's what I like to hear. Okay, before you do that, I want you to go to this section below this section in the Discord and follow the 24/7 radio. Go into each one until I come up. Just check out the music. That's okay. You don't need to do it now, but some other time I want to know what you're doing. So, are you ready for an invitation? I'm sending you an invitation. You should know that this is what I call regular church time. Excellent. And that's fine. Set my invitation. I know you have to. Just 12 hours?
yeah.
No way. You listen to James. mechanic. Elon Musk has 4 hours. No, not more than that.
Elon Musk.
Oh, so that is beautiful. I don't know. What's wild about this is you can literally do that and still.
Yeah, you never heard of Rothschild?
Okay. Did they also? Did they also
Yeah.
dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance? Look at this shot, dude. That was fortunate. Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, you see this? Are you ready? Are you ready for the shot? Dude, did you see that? Maybe the best ever. Absolutely. I am. Victoria. South Australia. Are you saying rock comedy or horror comedy? Oh, okay. So, you know that you have an invitation? Focused.
Yeah. You know what I should have? Should have just started off with. Since
A way to think of something a month and a half after it occurred.
why did you?
Yeah, that's a big hit. Dude, are you ready for the shot?
Are you?
Are you seeing how well I'm playing?
You know how?
No, live. Amazing. You're like Taylor Swift. You with the originals. No way. That would have been. Yeah, she wants the original copy. Dude, are you seeing this? I When's where what? All right, just think it. Just think it nightfall as well.
Yeah.
Last but not
Are you gonna?
Maybe the day for you too. Well, they're trying to get you.
oh, for nothing. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Jason. Hey, I see him. Excellent.
That's my friend.
Yes, he is.
Get in my buddy, okay? He's my
The issue. If I may ask, what was the issue?
But the issue was that
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm glad. Dude, get it? For everybody. This is a booking count. Need to lose. No, unfortunately. That is really good too. Nope, that's rude. Arrested.
I'm performing tomorrow.
Are you?
Both of mine.
It's time in like
I'm bringing it.
time in like a month, right? Is Chelsea gonna be there? And you haven't seen Rob?
No, that's another. It was an opening for this.
Good.
Good. I have
Zero.
house goes up there.
Zoo. Go, 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 go. No, good for now. Come back later. Okay. Yeah. He wants your
I don't have
or your chin.
doing something. He's doing something. I just kind of
No, I'm gonna call with some people.
Max too said they were in the car with somebody, right?
I have.
Oh, come on. What's the class? Okay. So you guys not watching no, is it basketball, baby? The baseball.
Thank you for the opportunity to. Yes, I've done my best to follow every here. Please, I would appreciate if you follow me back. I provide the highest levels of content, perhaps X account you will ever follow. I that on a recent podcast in Australia, called Holt podcast, and yeah, my Michael Phelps time gold medalist in the 2008 Olympic Games. He and I would just chill in the hot tub, uh, but I was able to shield the coin and certainly had Sproto merch as I did it and told them all about it. Absolutely. And I was invited to do 5 more of them. So I'm going to have my own little series. The first one will be on life extension technology. The second one will be on how to improve the earth. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space tourism, and the final one is going to perhaps be for the search for intelligent life. And so those the Telegram, as I have the opportunity to record it. So thank you for letting me pitch that. That was not a project in which I had any leadership, but I can tell you some of the things that I think are really positive for life extension: oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, absolutely. And then the the big development I think will be in the realm of mind loading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a knowing where every central nervous system, peripheral nervous system for later download. Cybernetic being real. But what I'm saying to you all is that there may be an opportunity, perhaps, at digital. The, the key is within reason. So the idea of living forever could actually be an incredible person. So you have the caveat that whenever you wish, if you like, you should be able to remove your consciousness, your the idea of hard drive space really become an issue. You can fit entire consciousness of a human being, not something that petabytes for the individual. Okay, I mean that's wait, and that's what I just said. It's about 6 petabytes, and and the idea of being able to perhaps expand on storage capabilities. I mean, come on, you all here were of similar ages when computers maybe didn't even exist, but then became it was important to have kilobytes and then megabytes and then gigabytes were big. Now we're in the terabyte realm. Most certainly. That's exactly right. And so if you think about it, in a generation, it will be tomorrow's petabyte. So on. That's correct. And what I'm basically saying is that this, in the same way that you have in a video game a save point, you might be able to have some type of digital insurance on yourself. If something were to, God forbid, happen to you, you fell off a cliff like base jumping, or you were in some type of accident, and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back, you may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost, this gives people a lot of hope, perhaps, that you may be able to limit the losses for future generations of your family. And there's even another type of technology known as replication technology, where we may actually be able to once dead back to life. Apologies, I didn't realize it's still up. If I may ask, is that our favorite mascot, Bitcoin Obama, recently? What a thing. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Have things in your neck of the woods. Son, Bitcoin Mandela took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know when you're going to follow me back. All right, well, you enjoy that. I will be celebrating Pesach on that. Any news on Bitcoin Obama in all seriousness? Is he okay? Excellent. So he's alive and breathing. What about his friend, his vertically challenged friend? Yes, how is that person? How's the cell phone store? How's the cell phone store? Does Nigeria have a chapter 5? You go from selling iPhones to Androids or vice versa? You don't say. Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes-Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice? Riser, how are you? Yo, dog. I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call. Hey, no, are we going to watch documentaries?
Yes.
Okay.
I
watched it all. Dude, yeah. And I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. But did you see why they don't do that contest anymore? I mean, you would either know or you wouldn't. It's not like a not really.
I mean,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you can stay on base the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas. Why they don't do it anymore? They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed himself.
jeez.
Yeah. It's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having. Yeah. You as well. Some Riser. Yeah. How terrible is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
I mean, I feel like they will do it.
yeah. I mean,
Like,
the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care, and so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Pardon me, it's 2005. So the content became a national phenomenon. Was ultimately discontinued from the tragic incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega did what I said after dropping out of the competition. leading to legal action against the leadership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation.
They didn't have a good night.
Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. When you're sleep deprived, you get to hallucinate, your body becomes weak, basically pushing these people to the limit. And the rest system, I don't think it really wasn't that great. It was like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Um, Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner. If you recall this part of the, I heard him say that. I look up how it's a 20-ton air conditioner, and it's huge. He's like, you can kill yourself. You can freeze to death by air conditioner. I'm like, wow, how big is this thing? Apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever, and he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. I was
minus 12. It's like the other day, I can't. There was like
that was
the wife moved out to the house. It was like they made heat. I thought how like she stay up for you didn't even understand like they're gonna just seriously holding staying a real that's like the whole crazy
and the standard. As I watched this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people who have millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars, and yet you have people who have absolute nothing and are just giving everything themselves for a truck that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership, half its value, and then from there, eventually it will just scrap. That these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs. They were sacrificing time with their families. It was fascinating to me. Their mental health, their physical health. It was fascinating to me the really religious lady who listened to the cassettes. Man, I wonder what was her cassettes. And she would
really
and she had her whole religious congregation. Like, I love this one lady's interview. It was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. She told me at 6 a.m. She just began to laugh, but I'm not taking credit for that. But I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so cute. Like, that her whole congregation was going for her. And she made that thing her death. And it made me think, like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it, like, on the side mirror, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There's all kinds of, like, strategy that I was thinking. And then, you said the sleep deprivation would be difficult. It absolutely would. I think another issue is the standard. Like, you notice the third to last person to leave, the guy where they were doing drug tests. That man who had won the previous year, or 2 years whatever. It's like they don't have some kind of like tradition in this contest that said you can't just keep winning trucks every year. But apparently they think of that at the time. Usually a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years or something. You got to get somebody else. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that like he was so confident too, but he just could barely walk to the drug test, and they were like he never returned to the truck, and that was really sad. Then that lady just jamming along. I figured like, no one's touching this lady. No, that one guy just basically gleaned, the guy who won gleaned all of the information that he needed. The other issue is you weren't allowed to squat. Because I thought, well, why wouldn't you squat? Like, no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the like. I don't know. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I don't do every 5 minutes, or every 5 minutes, or whatever. But sometimes you have to just go to the bathroom. That would have been a challenge. I was. Yeah, not a lot. I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but using that as a strategy. That one
Pretty. You go on your break.
massages.
Some people can figure out.
Right. That one guy. Right. I was very happy. Go ahead. What movie?
I told you.
Yeah. It's something that I found it interesting that they were that one. I thought she was a pretty lady, especially for that condition. She was under. She ended up winning. I was really happy for her. She made it like 40. Yeah, and that is like a great story. That they made that to a musical.
Really?
Yeah, it was at San Diego Playhouse in 2013. I don't know. It was a
Interesting scenes. We're going to. We have a map.
documentary was adapted into a musical Dance on a Hard Body, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse, La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Wright, music by Amanda Green, and Trina. That guy's famous. He did something big. Um, he's in Fish. He's the lead guitarist, composer, and songwriter of lyrics by Amanda Green, music by and direction by Neil Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Actors Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2013, opening on March 21st, 2015, and closing on April 15th, 2015, playing 28 previews and 28 performances of the Tony Award nominations.
Well,
I can imagine the name of the song. My name when you sit down, how much longer until the break, and all of the other classic Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very like people felt that the judges should be stricter. And the marketing director contest was like, look, they're voluntary, they're the best, but there are people, and one lady like exploded. She was like, they took their hands off the truck. If you're not going to enforce this, I don't want to participate. It's like, all right, calm down. You know, I understand. I get it. That's a legit right. I don't know if
shot one live and then I feel like yeah you should have ever kind of
and it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have.
oh yeah, it was like an
Oh, of course, that open sound.
oh yeah
So, and this is the popular thing that radio stations and dealerships do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you can get the radio station at your location for long periods of time, and so they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States until this incident. I wonder what happened because they stopped. Now, I understand with the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps go to waivers and stuff like that becomes more popular, but there's just a big one that I used to do was you could drink the most amount of water that killed people. That radio contest that was another popular. But the Cardinals.
are just crushing it, but they're not retired.
I would love for them to do a where are they now of the people in that documentary. Like, hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and then none of them really got too upset at the other person, even when they took their hands off or whatever. If you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the person who came first, they were embracing, like they had gone through like trauma together, where there's like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That lady was really nice, and I would have liked it to have had a narrator because it's just like I needed more of the information, like the vocals, what's going on. It was a lot of just like the latest
People that are like 5'8" they only have to like
yeah. I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the mid 90s. I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad that how poor the people were, and they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps, nothing. Most of them won. First prize got, second prize got a $200 gift gift certificate to some restaurant. That's it. These people,
are just but
well, it's funny when whenever these things are mentioned, it makes me mention 2012 giveaway for some video game contest, and I mentioned it often, but what the grand prize was, and then numbers through 10 or something. Here's what it was. The famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the AOV IC Cup StarCraft Broad War, where the 5th through 8th place finishers received 25 Bitcoins each as consolation prizes. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 in total, but if held, they would not be valued at $25 given Bitcoin's current pricing. So basically, did you say, I wonder if anybody else?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know that one, but there's the classic Bitcoin pizza. The first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John's, May 22nd, 2010, for 10,000 Bitcoin for pizzas. And it's considered the most expensive pizza hit. So it's about worth about $1 million, which is just absolutely wild. So I was enjoying that one that we were watching yesterday, the second one. But so I don't want to say we talked about tonight. It's kind of boring, but it's something that was fascinating as well. That they were doing this. Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for £5,000. Now I understand £5,000 in 1960s is more significant because of inflation and such, but which to me seems like somewhat low.
for risking.
So, yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda for tonight for
I think we're gonna turn. Other doc. Here is always but I was on the last
Nissan?
Nissan, yeah. It's like that. One lady said they're like her. Something like her.
Right. She didn't realize her one hand was burning, so she took her other hand off to itch it and she removed the other hand and she was qualified.
Yeah, I was gonna. Because the thing was not really branding was
Right. I'd be great. I mean, you could if you wanted to use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around then. But basically, imagine like leg, not leg stilts, but leg. Uh, yeah, exactly. And I've seen that. You can sort of make it look like you are standing with but I'm sure it would have made some sound, or somebody would have been like you're you're hunched over a little bit. I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it or whatever. I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from it, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, if you get in, like physics, no one really touches anything. Think about it. It's just like molecular repelling. Uh, the atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching it anyway. Yeah, exactly. I would say that I found it interesting the drug test. That the drug test, and it made me think. Well, imagine you were like some type of stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, "Oh yeah, we have a drug test. You get all of this to test hot for a drug test."
It means that medically, like old substance, permanent,
In 1990, rural Texas, no one had an ADHD diagnosis. Now, let's say you did have to have a doctor's note, and they would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they. I would almost, I would, I highly, I have high confidence that this one person or that doesn't have had ever heard the phrase or that factor. No. If anything, it's that it's I've spoken with other children, and I found it interesting that the guy who came in third, the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like dancing, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. I
standing still. Like I was like, why? You keep your jam, and that's not going to.
I wonder if contests would be looking for if people would just go for like hundreds of players, which I imagine they might. That's why they force it to do that. If you allow like an 8 hour stream, it would basically be like who doesn't have something that they can go to the next year. And so this is really about perhaps and the same aspect of it is I wonder they were talking about like the at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. The one yeah, a black tarp that's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was funny. She was like putting on her makeup like on the truck. The ladies were they were real truck with the other lady had her like back and she's like putting her makeup and it It was the bus or dropped me pretty early. Where she was like, I was a waitress or I'm a waitress or whatever. They all nobody does a contest like that if they're not in serious need for something. And I wish they all could have won it. I would love to see a
Given it's like a lot. Most people want to do it.
I would love to see a where are they now with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive and give them a great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia. They can have all of the necessary medical treatment available. But you take all of the people, they'd be like, they'll probably be in there. Maybe middle age or some of them are middle aged then. And see how well they can do for a brand new Nissan truck today. I'd watch it.
Guy. And then he only he gave it was a little
I would have been like the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest. And I didn't sleep the night before the contest started. I'm already like, I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble sleep. I would have been thinking about my strategy. And then his friend was like, yo, you shouldn't have eaten that candy bar. Candy's going to do you. It's like, no, maybe it was the fact that you had already slept an extra day. I get a friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on. He said, I was just so excited that this contest was starting Monday morning. And I wasn't able to sleep the night before. So I'm already going into it really tired. And then he had made it like at least 24 hours or something. And he was just like, he was worried about the rain and the light and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's going to scare you? Not like, having no sleep or having this whatever. Like some lightning and thunder, but he dropped out after like 24 to 36 hours or something. And his friend was like, yeah, you should have that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it. And they didn't really give his response, but I just remember being like, wow, way to kick this guy when he's down. That he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest. And you think that it went well because he had a I thought that was unfortunate. Another thing. Right.
No one drove.
Hey,
He was being. She was like, okay.
right. The fact that they did not food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably had water, but like, I would think, or you would think that there would be some type of restaurant or something that would want to get involved in this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it seemed that way. That one lady, the pretty lady was like, I had to have some police officers go give me a cup of coffee. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect, like, a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen too. Right? There's not like that type of relationship between the authority. I mean, put it on TikTok.
He's like, all right.
Exactly. But you would think that they would have had just like coffee there, put on water or lemonade or something. And that's it. They had that. Like, they had to have like their family support them. And the guy who won, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing. He already had a truck. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone off. It wasn't like coming down and I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me? Right. I agree. They
So he,
but the key word there is sit.
it's a con.
I agree with that.
Like, fine.
They just laughed. That would freak me out. What is on those cassettes? Funny. So, and the guy who said with your whatever, you sit in those things. So I didn't know if that. She talked about the age to like right age for someone like some people said 1975. I would probably think that there'd be some advantage to that, but that again, just having a other thing, but like Rice said, I smoked the way I smoked. He wasn't super thin. The guy who came third was like that guy's thinner. The lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all. And yet she did really well. It's interesting to me too that I went for like 70 hours a day before 87 hours. And and the oil that, I found it to be just quite documentary.
Which is 4 days. I think you get
Certainly. But this organization used it against these type
yeah.
I think I did. I the strategy with tons of capital. Yeah. I would say that that's a. I'm just so tired. I don't lose, but I just the world becomes very simple. My process are I don't like doing that. This street, the longest I've gone, and usually that would a case where I would a lot the day before, like 14 or something. I'm trying to get my hours back to whether that would be I'd be able to do that. So I have that pretty long endurance without any type of medical body after like slow down. You're not able to process certainly be in you also like whenever I've done it causes a lot of issues because you just tired. Like,
Like if a bunch of people to like actually like somehow like last a lot longer.
Perhaps I would learn about our church. One of the things that they would do is the longest it's like a month, and they did it and sent it whenever this. So there's a certain point that you reach where I'm like, okay, it's really it's an awful type of and, so I do my best to not on that far thing. Just try to get that.
Now some guy like looking like and they're like on his phone. Literally, he was like Trump.
Oh,
Sleep like
I can recall one time that's pretty great with a friend. And we went to Las Vegas. We're going to go to Mexico. We did. And so I been up like already like 36 hours or something. And I was already really tired. And we were driving to Mexico. And we needed a driver. And all my friends were like, we don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it either. I was so tired that I had to pull over and I said, look, one of you other guys drives or I'm going to fall asleep and drive. And so fortunately, we got caught. Somebody else drove. But I can recall that one time where probably up for 40 hours or so. And we would, and then another time, right. Yeah, he's been in my house. Yeah. I had another incident. This was on stream. She's in like 2022, I want to say. And I would get up really early. I was running a project for a major. I was running a global project. So I had a group that is helping in APAC, that's Asia Pacific area, that Europe, I was helping a Latin American team, then a Canadian team, and basically I would meet up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live call by 5 a.m. and I would just leave with a scrum, like basically I was a scrum master, basically leading these projects of developers, and I would do that until like or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tiger Woods' course in Anaheim, play golf course. And I did this one day, and it was just I know, and I was burning my candle at home for this day, and I just kept losing more and more sleep. And I was driving live on streaming on GoPros, and unfortunately, my car had a self-driving so it basically has lane protection, and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 30 seconds, going 70 miles an hour on the drive. And it was really close to the house, but I remember being, whoa, but I had to snap out and roll my windows down. And I was very close to my house, but just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. Not run myself to where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. Like the power of view, there's something called West Coast cigarettes, which are like head pills, caffeine pills, and they used to be much more lethal, at least in the United States. Uh, Different over-the-counter, they call them pep pills, weight loss supplements. Basically, chemical stimulants that people use to lose weight that became illegal. It was called phenylephrine. It was called fentanyl. With the lawsuits that they called cardiac, but it would be something that people to stay up. Truck drivers especially.
I was driving and we were like in a taxi in the car. I was great. One of them, it was either
Did that person fall asleep?
they're probably.
I can see that. Well, sleep deprivation is very dangerous. In a case like that, I would have expected the dealership to recognize that they're pushing the limit. I was also really interested that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones that were live on the radio. And I understand why you want that because a cable to a radio station would be extremely limited. But that's a pretty advanced technology. I just found it to be a really great content. It was very accurate too.
Yeah. Was it just
No, these happen. Every small town, every probably medium-sized town, large, and especially when the radio's gotten that was constant advertising.
right? But nowadays, and it's like
The
more.
suits became so people became so litigious that they caused mental strain. So and so cheated. They don't anymore.
Like, okay, they
Well,
so like the other way.
right. Well, the Mr. Beast ones let people sleep. So that's the big hindrance. I also think that the dealership model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money generally on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars, but they always pushed new cars. And then they made some money on the service. Today, they make more money on the service than they do the selling of new and used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. There are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, and there's print media, and perhaps whatever media they deal with. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now today, you can target your audience, you can use social media, you can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for an organization to be able to get business, and they don't need to do that. And I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you can say, look, it would be great to drum up some business, that's great. But there's a huge risk here that someone might go off the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think it's a really push away from it. But I businesses out there that do contests and people get really excited. And there's a certain competitiveness to it, and people do that. I know there was an organization that was giving away coffee free, but they were opening up they were giving out coffee free to the first 300 customers of their new business, and had to say, I know that I was nights at the time, so I could get off the elevator up there and got a stack of 303 things for coffee, or 360, like one coffee a day per year. And there were people who had been waiting out there for like many hours. But we went the last year, I was able to get the same price that they got. Things that, I think things have just become more expensive as well, but they just don't want to give something to go. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free products is very expensive. The organizations just aren't going to do it anymore.
That's true. But the average prize will do.
The advertising bounty, the marketplace that okay.
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I was saying, executing change a lot of blockers. A lot of things just suddenly that's now it's
Absolutely.
soft. There's
I agree.
It's as and it's changing a and you idea.
Absolutely. Right. So, I launched a startup last 10 years or so. Overhead for especially in 2026, that usually prohibited. There aren't many startups that form that don't get acquired very quickly on if they're a really great idea absorb a large company because they either capital restraints or they're just too big of an idea. In this case, there's a lot. There, it's a great idea, and I think that we're doing correctly, very successful. But at least when I ran a startup, I had like an unlimited budget to really pay for it. That helps. You need to be able to do this. And we're becoming in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 exists. And in addition to every advertising, so are you going to be able to see that way? It is Riser which is something that we've talked about it a little bit that Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by summer will be perhaps AI enhanced or at least a lot of that. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I'm on social media, so Facebook, Meta. So Facebook, I can tell you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into music videos. And it is basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created. Created. A random song, a top 100 song from basically this giant playlist of like 20,000. Made this robot that automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays musical. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator. And these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't help it. Sometimes I'll look at these things and that's real person, that's real person, that's real person. And then I'll look at the profile and it'll say AI. It's to the point, at least psychology is called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI. We're at that point. It's going to be very easy for these large market organizations no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians. It's everything in AI. And it looks very realistic. Better than what the human eye would be able to perceive. And once that happens, we're at a point where something like uptake, whatever you call it, riser, becomes perhaps almost new technology. You'll have to bring
AI cheap, but that's pretty great. Actually, need a real action. So this replaces active, not just like creation.
It's basically rather than its focus group.
You need data.
Yeah. You need to get to it's gonna have that. It'll be good. So I really where I would impact. If I have to get videos.
I
Running.
so that's correct.
Just gonna. Here's back. All right. Jobs are. It's hard. I think what you know, just what
I think right, 6 point AI produced sloppy. I haven't because I have just I did. So you can maybe I'm just like native one. You have to click on edit the thing what's made in there. Just like insane. So he has the create so can be authentic.
Made it to it. And at least whatever you want to call it, there's another aspect to it that hasn't been met. And that is the fact that you on social media, they uptake or whatever it's called, I can call you that. And thus you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a profile for days, weeks, months, years, and it's free advertising for a corporate. And that aspect of it, I think, is very attractive to corporations. That AI can't do that. AI can't force you to post something on your platform, on your account. No, it can show an ad there, yeah, but somebody has to pay for that. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the people, users of the platform who are willing to make some kind of creation, either a browser, AI, or whatever, and post that on their profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't current. And the idea that it would be a content system is exciting people. It brings back that competitive people have like hands on a hard body. Everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody could understand how to make it to okay, and then see how it does. Maybe they'll take it out the contest. A lot of people know. A lot of people want other people to see the art that they created. And it's basically creating a new type of economy.
interesting. Stories actually.
Absolutely. Yes. So
Yes.
that's great. Yeah, I'm basically from California, which, if you're familiar, it's just this 45 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. I've heard of it.
That's, it's between San Diego and it's where Disneyland.
Oh, well,
Orders Anaheim,
yeah.
yes. So, yeah, and we're yeah, your point. What to is certainly placing people's jobs and quite quickly. I started the stream while still employed with a major organization, and have been able to use the same things that I have from that. And when I started this in 2020, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So this was actually sort of a pandemic was right into November of 2022. I became a doctor of ChatGPT. And that was actually a year when it launched November 30th, 2022. Practice my EI part of my post. I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors, Rock and Hog and Gemini. What they've done to society is able to study, especially in the future, my time capsule. Like before AI, and I was on a podcast, an Australian podcast, uh, where talking about, but we're not talking about the impact that AI has on our society, and basically, we that there's so many questions that exist, but perhaps I think we in the future might look at mystery other people with data to actually be able to get a porthole or a vision of what makes it. I think that would be really exciting.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's pretty, you know, fiction that it kind of, and that's even into the kids, like for 30 sessions within like 3 minutes.
Right?
And now you call on, you know, people. There's no word. It's just that, you know, wait time. Time. It's just a, and I think it's that doctors, team doctor, and they're just anyhow. So it's it's gonna be
And
anyway.
robots that are massive loss, and especially and similar so it is really career cut service no longer a career, and very soon we'll see positions like perhaps certain truck drivers or any will have early, in even positions that were replaced like and when you eventually have a program that doesn't integrate, it doesn't like work 24 hours a day, all you have to do is invest in a and they just have to be plugged in. Why don't you do that? Make your own business. Now, I think this is well, that's an excellent question. And people, I really think that we need experience in right resurgence in the arts. I don't be a for people who have art still or and AI will not value as arts that people have. That's the type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery. Everything else will be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the arts. No one is people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by some artist just because they know that it actually can make what goes on that.
I mean, I think like a key. Watching anything where there's dating.
I, 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 I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it was like to deal with it, and they'll just understand that they lived their life where everything went well, and instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom with 25 grade children, now have 100 or 200 people in their teaching, but since they don't have to control them and put them on the screen, they basically have the ability to make something check. And even at a certain point, that can be AI. Out there, we have robotic surgeons and normal surgeons. I think this isn't even an old surgeon that was 86%. Or no, not just surgeon, doctor. A doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy. This was 2 years ago when a human doctor, even the best one, it was less than 80%, about 78%. So already there's this old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgeries are already there's something called the Da Vinci robotic surgeon that surgery can be done anywhere in the world with extreme accuracy. Laser precision. and in a brief like 2 hours to be able to do, a chat bot can do in a matter of seconds. And I think that the purpose before that the law firms will essentially to offer that's better than any of their competitors. And it's very expensive, so that small attorney practices opportunity for cases and such, it would be very expensive to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it. And basically pull much of the people World High School of the paywall of the software that legal legal uh, prior legal cases, and thus you would have to use your law firms in a significant way. Your briefs and your legal arguments won't be as as good as the big firm. And if you look at things like accounting, I mean, I already would trust him more than I would trust.
There's find the missing, in your workshop. Those jobs.
And that's why absolutely. That's what the influencer, if you ask a person there, uh, what the top desired job is, honestly, but now because there's some idea that the ability to have independent, financial independent, and self-sufficient for long periods of time by gain the network and the community may have opportunity that your previous employer sports star.
Yeah.
Maybe some truth to that. And I see these streamers, I certainly am. I know that it can be extremely competitive for the top streamers and for everyone. Give them enough if you're able to take gain traction and become successful. I'm not saying you, but look at, I don't know if you're familiar with the podcast, like the Joe Rogan experience, the most popular podcast. It started out just Joe Rogan talking with a friend at his house, and it gained too much traction for the first 5 years, so they didn't have many sponsors. But eventually, Joe Rogan opened there. Just by talking into a microphone, because he's been doing it now for 17 years. And a lot of people jumped on the is it echo or is it music? It wasn't happy. Okay. I will. Tell me if it shuts off. Okay. No, I was just muting myself. Did it shut off?
Like we'll continue.
There are some other people who are some of their you in terms of influence, when I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid, said I'm an influencer, I'd laugh at that. Come on, get a real job. The revolution that's occurred, it's like a viable option. And the younger, the more and I was saying previously that it grows content. The devices that I'm using for these music videos are 10 or 15 minutes. So I don't necessarily I'm not paying attention to them. But say parent run where parents are monetizing their children, whatever age they may be, to come to the family. Their children I think that the parent or this doors we show kids previously with child actors and pageant. And I realized that parents are becoming more and more desperate for money. They see their children, perhaps, when I say children, you have to have a social media account. So you're supposed to. For those kids, get a big following, a young person, then they become an adult. That's quite a head start because they partner with different
vital career again.
There's no health insurance. What do if you get a bird? You accident or something like that. It's a dangerous game that influence around poses.
Well, it's not just the yeah. Really notion of
Right.
essentially you're on your own. For I have a pension. When I retire, this is and that doesn't that
Right.
first start
And
so anyway, anything you so
very successful.
very successful. like, but no, so he
Absolutely.
Just had a ton of more than and carrying on. But he got really he is just I don't know what just got the right
This is 90% of your favorite influencer. Got to reach, reach it. Like you said, a haystack. I can tell you, that's super cool. To not have to do like ambush, that play. That they have some value. But I can tell you, and it has a X space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it 4 hours a day for 365 days, and 31 followers. Like, that's, I can tell you that I have many of my channels, I'm live on quite a few different channels, but pay attention to subscribers. Um, but I don't have subscribers on those. I can tell you the other person I know, 24/7, they like 110, and they have 100 followers. Like they get 1 follower. And I have some kind of like edge. Kind of like you. You think you're just gonna go on like this? Stick there. I'm gonna play it really long. It's not going to be too good to you. I can tell you, at least like for this Discord, I have a lot of private, it's 3,000 people, individuals, and I didn't start this Discord so it's 2 years, but even if I have 3,000 people, like, it's difficult because Discord, like Instagram, 10,000 followers, Twitter, 10,000 followers. Those followers don't pay attention to as much people in Discord or people on X. It also depends on what platform, how people are. I was call with someone. He, as you may know, this guy. He's an actor. He's very popular person, like 25,000 followers, 1,000 followers. As he said, well, 10 years ago, 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people. And he based on competition and based on the group thing that happened. I many times stormed with Riser about I I I think that I have a good strategy, which is which I haven't been utilized as much as I should. I go on people's podcasts, so I say I love this maestro person, and I try to do like parts. So first one is going to I think second is going to be on Earth. The third is going to be projects. The fourth is is going to be going to the intelligent mind. Everything's unbelievable. So what I say, like my podcast, like like basically get brand out there. And I did this recently. I started this week. Why did you do this before? It's just the thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name. It would be called an ambush guesting or something like that, where you just without one request, your question of like allow you to come in. I did this for another person, and they're going to have me out there. I basically said, if I'm just my job, 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week, or somebody can hear what I do. Say, wait a second, I can go back at any moment in your life in the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles. You have all this data, and data is and surpass petroleum. There's something to that. So that's a really interesting project. Get more. And I just enjoying it. And I get a lot of enjoyment for like a diary. So it doesn't cost me from a personal standpoint. I have children. Fortunately, as a male, I'm able to biological fact that I'm as a female, and some of those decisions affect the female. I can take it 5 years, just dedicated to my children. I've had rid of 1 and 2. But perhaps. So I Riser and I have discussed the podcast and having your podcast. Both he and I have had a success, but the idea of just you have at least I have like a Twitter account. I had a Twitter account. See, they get banned for whatever reason, and you don't always know why you get banned. Kind of the you have. Under you, you're back to square one. It's strong enough medium size account is that I have some legitimacy and other people have listened to what I've said, and I've been on other content. Basically, using those to find what I was interesting on this podcast, etc. And there's a lot, at least personally, that I from my perspective, my project perspective, the future of humanity, that people have a 30-minute or an hour long conversation. So that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now. We'll see where we're at. But I think that one perspective, everybody needs something different. Like found it. That is extremely last is extremely successful. But who knows?
From everything. So, I think he and is like he
It makes money.
He's explored like other ones. He's learned all the way from you're probably business from the company's at years old. I'm going to.
Absolutely.
It's that's and your
That's true. You know, I've been in the startup world for big organizations. Because I couldn't be. And but to me, there's a historical path. Really drive the footage that is being recorded and the events that are being recorded upstream value to civilization in the future. How we look at old videos, vintage events, digital people have it would be dishonest to say if I did not connect them, that there's special that we had more of it lost all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind, data is a number one resource that I got quite a bit of. The Filipinos, I think I'm almost I have more content created by one individual. Nobody is on YouTube for 20 different streams. For almost every different. That's a great question. Like I said, it's more difficult to do this with data over Howard issues. And, like the drive movies. It's just more complicated, and I'm looking at one street, and I like to live on 20 different. If there was even the I all on board with this live stream thing. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together. I'm looking for it. I recognize that the project has the opportunity to make me my full by generations to come for one. And so it's just like just and also I might be able to get some I'm not saying I'd be able to get a good or that I had the opportunity. Just as I'd be able to get perhaps any woman wants to do this viral or the viral. There are a lot of people that would traffic the world's largest time. They're the world's largest. I recognize that if I just keep focusing on this, that the people will come and pick up a letter. So to speak, I want someone to come to the camera and living with my she said, hey, I want to have privacy. I'm all about that. So I understand that too. It's not she said, no cameras in the bedroom or no cameras for our children or something. Right, exactly. So I have someone but I want woman. I always felt this way that I would get married because I wanted to establish if I weren't still be in the world and make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, recognize this opportunity and able to archive the world's history can make me not just a billionaire, but into the realm of a trillionaire, meaning the rich of the wealth that never my children and grandchildren get back to the really about help every single person is out just be able to take care of themselves and their family. And to be able to start charity to help the world and that in my own life, that's really exciting for me. And I recognize that it's a sacrifice that I am making, but I need the same thing. And as most people, they just relax and they they're at home, perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and they're on yeah. Thank you for your patience.
Would you take your name?
Oh, that's an interesting point. Could you imagine it in Texas? One of the contestants is there making that argument. Well, according to physics, none of us are actually this needs to make it feel like
And your players.
well, you most certainly would then. Arthur and efficiently is indiscernible from magic. I would certainly love magic. The first month that I used to be stunned. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it did a lot of things right, and I remember being like, "Oh, this is just like I've used customer service website years in the States," but it got very good, very super. Yeah. So well, that's and California codes they allow you to be represented. Still even though ChatGPT is been able to tap the bar at us perspective, and I think that there will be some type of some perhaps especially ones that are very powerful. Doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, say, no, you can't replace this position. Just because of the power of those rules, they make me, I don't want to say completely replaceable, but certainly not as easily replaceable standard customer service agent. There's an organization in San Francisco called Stop Killer. And when I first heard about the organization, it's almost humorous. There was one in this of a robot that actually killed someone. It's like basically remote control, but it killed somebody hostage or something. And that was like the first documented individual by that was not or something. That you see what's going on in the best tools of war are aircraft carriers drones.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Rescuing and
There's a fine line between and actual. And we have in the United States departments that have robots that for awareness on the streets. I don't know. It looks like a giant like dumped. It basically appears on it, goes around different parts, and has a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble for something, you can go up to it, press the button on it, it'll notify the police or whatever. But somebody's watching it from a remote. It's kind of one of these things where fine line between that and robot.
the robot too. What if like
A huge advocate of non-lethal alternatives and I have always said this, even person. Why do we give police guns? Why do they have such types of gun when there are tranquilizers that were used for the last century to bring down people? You can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or hours for you to be able to do whatever. And then it's brought back and it's back to normal. Why can't we use those on individuals? Basically, I think that society should replace firearms with tranquilizers. Now, I think that
if you want.
Exactly.
In the world.
Exactly. And you could use toxins or tranquilizer chemical. Get something down. But just I perhaps evil or just a constant little things that you could use to say there is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but I could find that you could a small woman and a large package of anything. Over the garden knows the like it can sense the size of the person for how much dose it basically will not kill them. If you just uh, with the taser, like electric, no, it will affect the size of the target. It's like if you're gonna get tased, you get the same taser as you small as you do a large dog or a large kid, I should say. Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done with non-lethal. And I don't, so in the United States, there's a big loophole that's known as that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times uh, to ensure the peaceful restraint of an individual. But even at times it can become but there's a major push in the United States. I think it's to be brought not by the ground grassroots level, insurance company. Insurance companies are finding that it is, and I should say local department, it's expensive to pay out that basically run the like 10% of bad calls, 90% of problems. Like that. If you require police officers to, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, you are able to drive because you won't be able to enforce a police officer. There's a push for this. I can see that's happening. There's going to be a time where there's an overlap of AI and robotic law enforcement and perhaps some type of or restriction on because it's extremely expensive to have a police department that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are going to they're going to say, look, you're going to move insurance like our small town or medium city prosecute the individuals who I think if that happens, major shootings yes, police will be able to
Yeah, no, I have like at the end of my
police officer to get you a cup of coffee.
that would be nice. That would be nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was you worry if AI could potentially if their AI ad, it becomes it's like ad or it becomes like do an AI ad. So Google their activities, they use AI is real first time.
I
And
agree.
also like the type of advertising learn to make awesome advertisement. Want the most possible. It's kind of
Um, you and I discussed this. I think in the future, it's not really. This is, but when you advertise with a real person that people know exists, with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that is going to be because people know that it's not automatically generated or does that make sense?
yeah, people are like yeah, it's just like
But those are the ones that you know. There are, I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertising that is AI that you know it.
yeah, no,
So for whatever you want to call your, I call it update. You get to browser as well. Recognize how expensive it is to make it. But all you really need is a website that can post links, comment system, is a different organization to sponsor content. Once the gets out about it, everybody's going to come. So I think with this idea, there's limited overhead. This idea, if you're hosting, but if you're not hosting it, it's just people would like right there. If you look in this Discord, you're gonna see that under 24. There's 24 live streams, and then you're gonna be like art and art, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that? This low radio station at the bottom of that, you see TikTok music videos.
you have to go into
There's no about section. Okay, so below there's a red cowboy boy hat, the red heart. Do you see that? It's a Rabbi Rothschild. That is a moderator only. Knowledge, Instagram, Linktree, Petra, says TikTok, YouTube, podcast, leaderboard. Do you see that? And then do you see TikTok videos?
There's one that says tick.
Like 5.
No, I'm good. Instagram.
No. And then it says leaderboard, TikTok music videos.
Mine says leaderboard. Rabbi interview.
Okay, just one moment. This is really interesting. I'm even sure that it is available. The reason why I want you to see this is the website for it called colleges. Can you see it now? So you don't see a section that says TikTok videos?
No, not in.
I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason I want you to see this link is because it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted. So the only difference is you would you would be able to see the whole video on the website and but like basically this one is I just that's actually not what I wanted. Videos. Okay. So go there. But there's just like every 5 minutes or something a new music video. As I've been talking to you, there are random music videos. But Discord is not hosting. TikTok is. Your website would be essentially the idea that you would, except you could play the video. It'd be like some kind of embedded video. It would still be hosted on TikTok, but it would just give like a little thumbnail of it, and people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability or the current conditions. They don't want to pay for all the hosts, so they limit how much the user can basically host in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do would be like the Discord. Like you would just have links like this, but when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to get an embedded version of it on your website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. Okay.
When you build a system.
We're in Discord right now.
Okay. So if you're just right, then audit operation it sounds like you if you're building
That's great.
You just don't it stops that connect, general public. I have but you need
Absolutely. And that's
built
that won't work. We're all in agreement on that. If you have to host everything, if you are the if you have some legal issues, they won't be able to do and what it would be the issue is hosting. The big issue is hosting data because that is a monthly bill that you can get that will continue to make. Essentially, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada. Okay, so Craigslist, it's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like a something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca-Cola company wants to get better advertising for what they're doing, and they you connect with their marketing or somehow you say, look, marketing agency campaign. That's great. What you can do is give away $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get 15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to the these people are going to host their testimonies on their social media. So whenever their friends are just doing their social media, it's these Coca-Cola ads for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it, it's free. And it's free definitely. Some people are going to take it down the second. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years. It's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now. Drink Coca-Cola. And all you have to do is away $100,000 in contest, which you guys do all of the time. And you'll agree to putting up the money for this when you start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget for just the holiday season. $900,000. They spend more than on their digital using round numbers. That you can have 100 more reach. All of the contest entries are going to be posted on social, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previously. You wouldn't be able to get on some artist's platform, on some artist's main page under normal conditions. They wouldn't care enough about Coca-Cola. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or AI or whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to, the word would be almost see into the areas where you're marketing previously. You're going to be able to look for cheaper. And for Riser's point of view, all he has to do is have people have the link that just took a picture, just like children this morning. People will click the button and play a video, and then people just quote it and have a comment. And then let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes, but people can game the system that way. We just wanted to do whatever one that takes that and puts it out in the holiday 2026 campaign. And all of the people who did it, either out of laziness or because what people people said about their heart and got more people to go there. So the people are going to keep up on Coca-Cola ads when previously they wouldn't have. This will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being in the one of another of Anheuser-Busch, and another of Honda, and so for every 10 videos that somebody makes, they may get some advertising that could be longer. On top of that, this creates a new type of a new type of industry for artists and people who are into video editing and actors and people who just basically we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative and it's we have a chance to make basically a huge salary on this contest. And there would be a lot of people apply for the contest because that's a big grant and it's a prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say $1,000 to give away. You have $10,000 to give away. You don't have $1,000 to give away. But we give you $100 in and they may get 30 for that. Just in a local contest that they're having. Basically, I'm sent to Riker about this. You're going to be able to lower the cost of marketing your high for different advertising. Able to essentially ways that we're able to do, which is positive advertising. You're going to allow people to be able to make money and artists to benefit. And all of us host a bunch of stuff outside. Now, when you general counsel, perhaps at the beginning to have you're going to have some type of but in terms of this is really about hosting it. Let's say that there's some kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Guess what? Riker isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it. YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict system, generally it's going to be fine on Riser's website. So you basically are going to utilize all of the general counsel of YouTube, meaning Alphabet and Facebook, Meta, and TikTok. I can't they're already the filter for all of them. So you don't have to. Squares out to you in a month. Okay, Mr. Square. Go ahead. This is right now.
If I'm creating it,
Yes.
then I'm not allowed without authorization.
Well,
So I can't create. I would, is why or whatever. I'll shut you down.
people have at the time. Like they have a Coke at the ground of their video, where they drink a Coke on camera. There's nothing illegal about that. And health, once they can change their policy and say, we want people to make more content with Coke. We get 2% of our trademark, then we aren't going to get as much advertising. Now, where Coke is going to be extremely litigious is if you try to make your own formula that's like Coke and have a similar red trademark or red brand. That's where they can be litigious. But basically, having people drink Coke is just better for their brand. Yeah, so we talked about this, right? So I did. We have a situation where you have someone like maliciously takes coke and just pours it down the toilet. Okay, their entry is going to be all the way to the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, people to do that anyway. So you just don't pay people off. But you will get some people out there who create campaigns and just do a standard Coca-Cola and polar bear or whatever it is, and the people at Coke are going to say, you know what, previously we would have gotten from our marketing team and internal marketing team five good ideas. But using Riser's idea, we got really good ideas. We had one on top of all of that. There's so many attrition because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds. Yeah, Coke, I don't. Everybody. And so previously, and I could really say, you used to have somebody who voluntarily watches five Coca-Cola ads, one after another. It really never happens. But in this case, you have tens of thousands of people do it. And people would do it just to see that.
All the stuff.
If you use,
You know, if you're voting,
oh, but it's so big of an idea that you have I don't know how many children you have, but you have two very successful students. One of them, I think, can be much more successful than the other one. The other one is doing quite well. What Reimer is a kind of thinker, an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can billionaire. So I would say by the time that you're up, perhaps you're not going to have to worry with it. You're going to have two that sort of extremely successful. And with the ideas that Reiser has, if he were to create a web link and basically use the different social medias as a filter and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the people who are going to want to play and that's going to be on this website. They're going to be able to save money. They're going to be able to have more effective social media and branding. On top of that, and there's no other condition, are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media? I'll let know that this is a contest action. And they're proud of it, but they see it not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
right? Yeah, I mean, next up, I understand this.
Well,
Yeah.
well, absolutely. Did Reiser tell you how this came about?
I know that
So,
something, so,
okay, so,
but yeah.
oh, absolutely. So, Reiser, do you mind if I heard how it came about? So I was in a space call, and they had a website, all this like they had just this plan, etc. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it's much better if you just were a whatever contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization, and they're like, that's the best idea. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, and I was talking, and I had this other person, but I don't think they ever ran. This is a big idea like person. It takes a lot of work to individual. But if you want a billion trillion dollar idea, and then we start talking about it like that. So what's something that but they didn't have it to me just made sense. And I've got really big ideas that I think and I talk about it, but basically what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now to try to fill that void. All of it really all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's and he has some other right. So what did you say? What's it called?
It's called
That's a good one. That's a good one. It just sticks out in my head because it's intangible, but uh, Crowd Spark is great. I like that. And so he's got the name. So then he's got to get the website. And once he gets the website, then he's got to start populating it. And once he did, then he has to find something to basically put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be gift certificates. He doesn't have to start out with huge cash prizes. And then he's going to get people to know about it in the market as art. And the way that he could do that is through something that already exists. Then he would probably have to, and I'm sure at some point, have to have some type of legal the terms. This is going to end of it, your location. There are some issues with that. Running a contest. This is how is that going to work? Yeah, so he basically need to perhaps organize this fine escrow system. So these are this. So a company so they don't run away. That the money isn't delivered. There's an actual and all of those things. But they're within this have not the higher end, nor does he have to. He might have to hire some people, but that's down the line. He can contractors in the meantime. He already knows how to program, so the website wouldn't be that hard. It's really about marketing. If anything, I tell them this, it's got to be fast at moving these things. Because the voice perhaps be the and he's going to want to take advantage of it. Is again, really the competition that I had months ago with a company. I think they were more. This is what they wanted to give away credit. They wanted to run it as a they didn't want to bring it. They wanted small time creators. And I was like, you limit yourself to small time creators. Why not just pay full hard cash to create like artists from corporations? And these kind of contests are done all the time. And they thought it was a great idea. I still think it's just the big yes, do you have
I built already like separate use their sign. Go and just like sign as you know that's obviously in order to subscribe and then that's as far as trying to identify and spending AI and whatnot. Along with
So,
like
so right,
it's dropping a like notoriously difficult because you need both companies that are going to want to post the content as well. Need some guilty probably even like
it just
site with gotcha. Money
it just takes some to do that. Right, if I were you, this is what I would do. I would recognize I don't have the money to do this, and my parents are not going to like hold on. I would come up with a really good pitch deck. Come up with a really good pitch deck. It's not that much money. Okay, I mean, wouldn't you eventually tell them about it anyway? Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway?
Yeah, we need startups.
Okay,
He's very
that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can just take this idea and leave you with this.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the golden go to venture capital and say, I can put all your marketing business, create this. Okay, that's great, right? Let me just say this. I know our manager makes us a family. You could at least tell your brother about this. Say, look, I know that you've you know, I would run this organization, which would be an angel investor. It's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like maybe some small startup capital. If you really like the idea, if you put together a nice video for them and showed him the website, he might think, you know what, I'm doing really well right now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire status to billionaire status. Because generally, listen, unless you become a major, that's difficult to do. However, it's good to have some kind of idea like, and just run it by him. If he says, I hate that idea, that's the worst idea ever, okay, so you try it. But he's not going to go run away with the idea and make a ton of money off of you like venture capital.
Maybe 10,000. Get the word out because you want to hit the ground. to but like much more like more pay attention. There AI or there's in direct ones that there's opportunity like money. Check it out.
I think go the influencer, if you go the influencer route, there are enough small, medium-sized businesses, just the podcast realm, that are doing everything that they can to grow as organizations. These are companies like, I'm sure you've heard that, like the Unities of the world, and the Squarespace of the world. They're not super giant. And you basically say to them, look, I want to get better. And the way that we're going to do that is by sponsoring a contest at my website. You guys already social media. You just have to put a post up saying, hey, we're running a contest for wins $10,000. That's in their best interest. If they don't give your money away, everybody else's money away. It's like influencers who even care about it. Advertisers themselves, they already have a platform. Improve theirs, improve them.
Yeah, no, I like that.
So this, this is what I would do. I would. You already kind of like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this, and you have a normal family. You do have one person who could help you with interest, and instead of going to venture capital, that's just going to take this idea because you can't really protect it. There's nothing you can really do to stop someone from doing it. I would at least make my brother aware that I mean, that's the best thing to do as a brother. Just I already had a lot of things, but I also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run everything. And for all I need is the website and just basic operating costs. I'm going to take my salary out of this. Your brother may say, wait, for like $10,000, we can basically perhaps have the opportunity of a millionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on YouTube. That's not any serious. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is industry shaping idea, might go for it. And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires. Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is the website. And then from there, just send emails. Just get in contact with smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies and Squarespace, not super big Fortune 500. We're not talking about Chevron or Canadian Railways yet. Nothing like that. But people who are already looking at ways to advertise. Really, the podcast realm are these people because the money's on podcasts that they have with their budget. You basically are going to say to them, look, I just want you, instead of spending $5,000 to somebody your ad on one podcast, take that $5,000 and say, we're going to run a contest, and the best ad wins, and the contest is available on Upwork. And you do that with 4 or 5 of these different organizations. You do it for free. You don't take any cut on this, and you're going to have them overwhelmed with really exciting opportunity from which to choose. And they're going to come back to it. They're going to say, oh, so, don't think that that's what our competition does. Just writing a check every month to be lively and get us in there. That's not posted in there. With yours, we got 1,000 entries on this. 500 of which are still posted on people's social media. And look at the one we chose. Look how good this is. We're not only going to use this on our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want to make a full-on commercial about this. The point is cost money.
Sorry, what did you say?
And go to influencer. That's what I'm saying. You keep offering it. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight terms and conditions. And those would be your two major costs. And if I were your brother, I'd you're basically when you just need a lawyer to read it over and essentially give their approval on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already got to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically using the power of the technocracy legal teams and at the very end, I think for the contest is binding. But this is what I would say to my brother for this. I would say, look, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a really great idea and I'm going to do it one way or another to want to share it. From what I know, anyone who's a thousandaire wants to be a billionaire. Everyone who's a billionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity for him to really take his wealth to another level. I understand it's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. I mean, very small amount. He might say yes to it. You have to propose it to the right thing. No. Stop that. Stop. He it's worth it. It's worth the risk on his end.
Show up.
I agree, and that's why I'm telling you. We're getting $2,000 from the website for 12 months, and need $5,000 for the attorney to review the terms and then I've said another $30,000 over logo and all of that stuff. And you can basically say that. And I think the video for everything, you can look at how it's going and say, this is great, or this is not great. And if he rejects it, okay, that's fine. But the second you go to venture capital, we're not, they're going to close the door on you, and they're going to steal the I mean, you're basically you're the Winklevoss twins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg telling about Facebook. Oh, very nice. And Pfizer as well.
know that
Are you familiar with Fiverr?
Right?
Are you familiar with Fiverr? Fiverr.
I've heard of Fiverr. The
So
only reason I said
and, and
so
exactly. It's essentially that's true. Those are gig work and sometimes creative jobs, especially for people other than but essentially right what you're doing, you're building that type of platform with less over. So it's a, and then yeah, they are, but they have a lot of I would say they have to at least store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. And they're at least looking at 5 gigabyte hosting. You're not going to have that. Everything that you have, like, like basically your website is going to be the most efficient website that keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app, which is $100,000 in development. Ask your brother for it. You're not going to have hey, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, I launched that for the place. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. That is, where it's moving towards a browser. And there are things. Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. You don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 50% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only want people going to the browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, if you write your list or whatever you want to call it, and people go to it and they can submit their links. At the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is get a email of the top voted uh, entries. They look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 5 entries, and they give it, put it in front of the boardroom. The boardroom chooses the one that they like. They pay out the contest 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you and order the next thing.
yeah, no, I hear that.
Let's just for my own happiness, and perhaps for let's ChatGPT. I'm gonna get this idea. I want the company. I have an idea, and I want you to see how a new type of could arise that is industry shaking. Instead of having individual marketing teams that would be very expensive for every and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced and essentially have a very simple website where users submit and the website posts the and it would be basically companies sponsoring content and the links would be posted on different social networks. So for instance, you have a major company who has a contest for $100,000 and they could choose what crowdsource ad that individual creators, small content creators would create for them. How this could eventually the future and how to get the future. You're circling a real raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, with a global competitive crowdsourced creative marketplace, brands post campaigns and content and creators to get ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, etc., competing for large rewards. If executed well, this will radically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies productions and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, uses organic social instead of paid media. Net effect is cheaper, plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive diversity. Instead of 10 agency creative, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This here's why platforms like TikTok outperform polished ads. Brand creativity wins attention. Turn ads into performance competitions. Instead of guessing what works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of its own. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless of performance. Your system, creators only win if they perform. Brands only pay for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist at scale. Brand risk. This is this one. Big companies prefer not to risk off-brand messaging. Offensive population. A bad viral has millions of impressions. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 90 illegal film chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. With only one winner gets $20,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you don't control distribution, algorithms, monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the ad? The creator, the brand, the platform. This is complicated factors, but globally. Now the stronger version. This is where it becomes shaking. Here's how to evolve the idea into something disruptive. Performance-based creative marketing. Instead of just content, build a system with three layers. Two creator systems, quality and ethics. Creators are ranked. What? Proven performance. We've talked about this from Mama Riser, so don't think that say all of that in the comments. Shut it down. Proven performers, tier two emergent, and tier three open interest. Brands like Nike or Apple can open contests to top tiers only, or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without scale. Two, a hybrid payment model solves creator incentives. Instead of winning small upfront payments for participation, performance bonuses boost conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling, and instructive. This is how this opens up a new type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Your platform tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely prove. Brand safety AI versus moderation. If anything goes wrong, AI content, was approved by solves the biggest corporate fear. Or secret weapon. Don't just post links, aggregate performance. Post when post a chat, potential climate change amplification. Now you're not just a content platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, big picture, if this works, you're not just you're creating a global market where attention and advertising performance are treated like assets. That's the stock market mechanics, influencer economy beats ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends. Rise of individual creators over agencies. Decline of traditional ads, creating content discovery, performance-based everything. This is basically Uber absolutely. Final reality check. Won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands, that's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies, prove better return on investment, less motivation, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopt it for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, it becomes a standard channel for long term. Bottom line, your idea it revolves from contest hosting into performance-driven creative marketplace with trust incentives and distribution built. I agree with that. I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said, brother, you don't want to necessarily get, but hey, that's the Rockefeller family. You could say, I am looking at the need for like 10 those guys. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do it differently. If it's of interest to you, let's see what happens. Because if there's the opportunity, if you don't have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I feel that it was prudent to become aware of it first. Before I don't give this in some banker or some venture podcast, why not keep it within the family so that we both have the opportunity? And you never know, your brother makes he's intentional advertising. That's what he made his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this. And you never know, you might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just I can't even pay for a tool. So I know I'm gonna at least get a few $1,000, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need 10,000. And you can, I'm your brother, trust me. It's what all the money's going. We're gonna need a little bit for email. We're gonna need the website, and then I'm gonna get paid. I'm gonna reach out to small brands that direct consumer, and I'm gonna get just like with the podcast. I reach out to these people on Twitter, and they get back to me right away. They're interested. I have a podcast later this week. Give me the exact same thing with email inbox and social.
Don't I? I mean,
Eventually,
yeah.
eventually. But if you have 7 companies and 38 entries all combined per cycle, you don't have to. Eventually, as you begin to this absolutely. But starts all just for those. But again, a good example or analogy. This is a lost idea that you don't want to go giving them up.
It's not necessarily. Got visual, again, analyzing
You're not gonna, you're not gonna make it, but if it won't go on TikTok, it's not gonna get on TikTok first.
there you go.
So basically, you're using all the overhead TikTok, ByteDance, Facebook, Meta, and Alphabet, and you are leveraging that for yourself. Their lawyers, their BI system, their login method, their moderation policy. All it is the link.
Yeah. Sure. I and then right.
That's enough. That's a nice spot. We've talked. Um,
Skating.
That's what it's been years like that. Like
Yeah, no, that was okay. So, why burrito? Very yeah, like Doritos using well, they can. That was a doctor, but the bigger so whatever system kind of okay.
that's exactly right.
and then when you get to do to have to go
Absolutely.
like it's but that's
Like, so, absolutely. I'd say the CEO of your organization. Great. How would you like to be ATM? Over. In meetings, we'll take it to the next level. And you're already paying to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? Anything different from is the chief marketing officer, a small team, and use our platform, and we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything, but we don't have retainer fees of a marketing agency. We're going to save you money. If we can tell the CEO that we can change amounts of money to get either the exact same results or better results, they're going to open ears.
yes.
Now,
Yes.
they won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they crowdsourcing that's going to give them the approval before they already do. No, little animals isn't the best for their organization, and they don't know it. These creative agents, perhaps cartoon animals are actually better, and they haven't been using them. This adjustment can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Roger, I talked about this, but this is globally actually. The number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Google has, if you want yours to show for the word insurance, it's extremely expensive per click. And I was 10 years ago when I used it was like $7. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades. You know, that's big United States and globally, insurance is a general thing. They just become competition for marketing. So one, like the United States has enough. Geico has a Geico. And perhaps, and like Liberty Mutual has a Liberty. They've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, taking 20 years or so at least of competing against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had known for it because we had actual numbers to be able to say, we want to know. It's like, oh, duh. And your organization figured that out. And I said this for health companies, why name your health company Truvina Health? Some word, but you could just something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is eligible and people identify. That's really important. With that said, Mama Riser, really, you don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. Just a small slice of it. It triggered in my memory a story that I really like. I just want to share with you just a moment. It's a story that I like on the small, but pivotal share of oil rights. His name was Sarkis Goldman, an Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%. He eventually held 5% stake in the Turkish petroleum company. Goldman was instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded the PC in 1912. His initial share distribution was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holdings was crucial in navigating colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil research. This man, as I understand, basically did what he was at. The Ottoman Empire didn't really was that important. It wasn't like gold or silver. Recognized as a different world. I'd rather have 5% of a large pie than 100% of a small pie. And then there's also a phrase that I always think about that is something like rather have 100% of a watermelon than
Yeah. Well, everybody knows it's or something.
and
The 3% everything
exactly. And
yeah.
Trying and trying just like if you're selling Walmart, you're gonna cut out of my stores. Really sorry. Basically, like take the advertising, do it area without advertising. It's easy to compare.
that's difficult. That's impressions of one track. social media impressions are a lot of people click on something that is tangible and is a data point to be able. That's what makes this extreme.
Yeah, because they could Edward Island.
If I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say, is it better to have 10 people look at your ID and give you feedback, or 10,000 people at your ID and give you feedback? Every single kid in that class is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers mean better. And it's true. You're going to more. You're going to that AI recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to see into people's timelines, into their algorithms, organically, for free. It's incredibly powerful. The amount of people who just like advertise, like creative things, they're going to go on Upkick or Riser's website and just look at advertisements on it, just like they look at curses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
Or people like whoever like a platform.
And right, so you and I both, the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now, imagine you get a really funny ad or a really funny content. People or essentially share that on their own social just because they want to influence them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a. I think that I like run around very good way to get. It's like a just for humor with their not means as well as general.
And that's why you allow the company to choose. Don't leave it up to the and discuss this with some other advisor from here. Story of Cody McBoat originated in 20. Okay, so you're aware of this, right? Basically. Yeah. And so that's what you want to avoid. Forcing the company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean they can't use Cody McBoat face at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be part of the company. I think that's exactly. Excellent.
What were you going to say?
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
I'm just happy that you guys, I don't want to take a lot of your time. You're going to watch the interview, so go watch the interview again. But Riser, if I were you, I would put together a really nice business plan. You're going to need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buy anything else. You're fine with it. I know I would have to convince. I don't know about your relationship, but you don't have to ask for hundreds of thousands. Or would you ever? This will start making money in months. Like, it isn't like, hey, we're cash strapped. We have to in order to start bringing in some income. Literally, in Riser Life, you're going to take 10% of every So if Coca-Cola does have $100,000 contest, in order to post it on Upkick, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $1,000, and the contest is $100. Then Riser, you're gonna start making money right away.
Well,
I
such a
After
I think that that is a total.
well, I'll tell you what. You're someone who wants to put in. I won't have an issue. I know that I've had been in calls that I've been in. Women, yeah, they find it very attractive. Done your job there, and I need that. And that one, that one, that one, is pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a number of days that the dating app allow for Riser to be able to have his choice of once on these apps. But I understand the focus on one of the business that to be successful before that happens. And it's still young, but he's got a lot going on in terms of smart. He's very fun, very funny son. I mean that. So trouble with women. One thing is he ever gonna get married? No, no. The second that he turns his mind to getting married, he'll be able to get married. But this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Riser, I mean, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not going to tell you one way or another, but he doesn't need your you should keep your money. He needs like 5 days your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both billion.
No, not.
Oh, yes.
billionaire.
Oh,
They're
oh,
in my opinion.
okay. Then he can give away all of money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Riser said that $1 trillion, all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that, like you said, 0.5% of this, and they'll be a billionaire.
Yeah.
He can give it all away, so that is always just a multi-millionaire, whatever you want him to be. But like, I just you don't need to punch your other stuff. Put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his other brother, as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother.
Do you have said?
Only child.
Oh, no. So it's so complicated.
Maybe that's why I think. And maybe that's why I think it's really we.
Really, that's it. I have a case. In this particular gender, I was tutors, not business. They got money.
Yes, they do.
he will want to see. You know, my weird big goal should be out there. That's the
Well, I don't think you said anything. His mother wants the best. That's a man. Treat the parent to have. So, and
I don't think
okay,
you know
I understand.
you build
I get that.
to figure it out.
I get that, but then you got to get
It's your partner.
that. Well, let me how would I say uh, material, but
Sure.
but let's just if your son was successful with he'd be able to get on a scale of 0 to 10 any woman who's a 10, great family, absolutely brilliant, dropped it gorgeous, the crop of women, not just in the area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want for him, right?
No, I mean, connect with. Curious. They understand me. I want my sense of
Oh, I understand that. You need to connect.
really, really rapt person with wonderful a great mother if they choose to. Thank God for the success.
He knows it.
You know, I agree. He is. She knows that.
My brother, I was in Denver.
So he's willing to do that. He might be willing to consider. He might.
No, I you know,
Okay.
It absolutely is.
oh, I need to be a good movies. So anyway, and that like doing it.
Okay. With all things being equal, though, equal that guys are both fine. We connect with the funny, humorous. Would you rather have to be on a scale of 0 to 10, 6 or not?
In terms of
Or everything else the same? Education, same, family, same. But in terms of what I'm saying,
they're attracted.
Wait,
Period.
everything else is
And
the
I-
same.
You know, a bunch
Wait,
that are going.
not all of them do.
So,
Do. Many of them are educated, love him, and would agree with him or till the day they both die. And that's what
I
you
don't
want.
care. I really, honestly, I okay
Yeah.
that it, and no, uh,
Oh, then they're not necessarily they're not connected.
yeah, no, it's all wrong. I, and you everything,
Sounds like
and
it's
so,
had to be.
right? Like it's because you live, you know, like, are, and it's just not. Maybe it's like I'm just saying.
Okay, that's right. Okay, then a 9, but let's say a pretty. It, it,
Oh, oh,
Education. Okay, that's how you're like. I don't know. I'm. I see. I so yeah. Obviously learned.
so and see that is case and that's he went to university. It was just pretty fun.
And then I think Zach's brother, high school education. So you know, like the ability, their things. Honestly, no, anybody. It's not gonna kind of, but it doesn't matter. You're probably being
Oh, those are great. I think we can both agree. You're saying so. You're saying as a lot. But I am saying we want her to look in his eyes at 10, for him to be in her eyes. They may not be 10s, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that that is the person for them.
exactly. Connect. If similar to if wake up huge. Somebody, you reviews. Maybe if like the
And that's what we're talking about. That's, that's the opportunity. He does. Yep. Wait. Riser hit the nail on the head. Riser hit the nail on the head. They will cure it.
Oh my God. And also, you gotta get out.
Oh, wait. When it comes to that, wait,
Wow. Then,
Riser, at least from my perspective, I have many friends. I've lived with women. I have pickup artists where I've been with other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers get given away. I have even dated women who my profile was so high up in there, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get to, and we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that, like, from the gaming system and being able to do well in terms of gaming, I don't have an issue with that. And additionally, from the religious standpoint, I've had matchmakers who I've been pretty close to perhaps having a question in some uh, in, in in some relationships, but I just want to tell you. So I agree with you. If you've never dated or ever had an experience with women, oh, get out there. Yeah, absolutely. But it's the right things. I'm pretty good at all of that. I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and we call them within the pickup artist community, AFCs, average frustrated trucks. They come to you, they don't know why they're going for the date, and you basically never seen them pitch. You make sure that they're dressing correctly, they have proper hygiene, that they are using small tips like eye contact and just listening and all of those types of things. But there are certain routines that we do. There are all kinds of things. So at least from an experience perspective, I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then um, there's there are other ways of experience with let's just go behind closed doors with the person and making sure that you're able to bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important things too. And if somebody doesn't have any experience in doing any of those things, they find themselves perhaps middle aged, then absolutely get out and date 100%. But at least in my case, I'm quite able to explore all of those realms. And absolutely, but I can use that experience really to rise their state. People come to you under certain conditions that you have a certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. Agreement with you that nobody is perfect, and from any standpoint. but his guys are young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money. And then go and he could be married by 30. He could have kids by 30, 32. That's a
Very, very. You got it, and I get
that's correct.
fine. I get that. He's not.
And you're right
You
about
know,
that.
he can be. But if
Absolutely.
you're not,
I agree. And
I know.
I think
And have
what you're just and I should don't really get into the relationships. I don't have too much worry about that because I just know I've been calls where attractive women are immediately attracted to him. And he doesn't really realize it. And that's cool. But that's kind of you have to know yourself making it helpful if you can recognize and have the I'm not going to name his name, but someone who a lot of people were attracted to. He also went on one of the first things he ever went on to, and she was like, "Who is that?" And she was very attracted to. I'm not going to say her name. It happened. I was there, and I remember it quite well. So I don't want to just call, and that was so you don't have issues. Right, sir? You were like getting a pizza the other day, and like some girl worked at the pizza place. You just don't recognize it.
yeah.
No,
Right? But I don't know.
that's only that's how 5% of human species.
Yeah.
Seriously, he can be absolutely stupid. He's,
I know. He's
I don't mean to be, but he needs more urgency in his life. And women, and this, like my big thing with him is that it's always, hey, I've got this new idea. When we go through it, it's like it's a good idea. It's okay, what are you going to do? And it doesn't pick up as much traction as I would like. And perhaps it could take people, perhaps we could do the same thing. Not more urgency in terms of that. Well, rather, that I don't want to be the one. Most men could only want to be in your position. You've got a good family, you've got a good head on your shoulders, you're smart, you're attractive, tall, you're athletic, you're a lover of animals. Not going for it. You find I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world, and one of them I know you want to be successful in some type of venture. It would not be this one, but it's something. But I would say to you, also, you've got a winning idea here that could really be in the future. I just know myself. I could be. I know I can live here. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared on all of the, just like in Shark Tank or in Groundlings, then I would have answered all of the questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not gonna ruin our relationship. But one thing that Mama Reiser said that she had two uncles for 35 years. There, I had a major. Well, they basically were firing each other. You're not really asking for anything aside from him just writing a small check, something that he writes for a watch or just put up on his foreign automobile. Like this is a huge amount of money. You're literally saying I can't pay 1 year of a Google Plus account, but I have $1 billion I think if it were me, I would put together the business plan. I would show my brother what really serious. I'd wear a suit. If you could be in person, great. Via video, but I show my brother that I'm taking this more seriously than he's ever taken it. That I knew my numbers, and then I give him examples that I could use my own mother's business organization as an example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company works. And they use the animals and all of that. That's great. And here's one of their ads that they use. Now, for their upcoming advertising campaign, they could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine. But we're going to give them more options at what they normally do. If they don't want to go in a different direction. But here are five, and I would create a different creative for him, different videos for him, and say, now what if you took this idea and crowdsourced it? And not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial could always be better for one thing or another. It could be slight, it could have a slightly more attractive person, or it could use slightly different song, or it could use different light, whatever it is. Crowdsource what people felt was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially obsolete. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea, it could essentially transform a company that we know really well. Imagine what it could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you, just the initial startup, and from there it's going to pay for itself. It's not like we have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is then email these and ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running content for something. I just want to put that and feature it on my website, and we'll do the first one for free. And you're going to see all of the creative ideas that we're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose. If you don't like it, any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something this first time. You can put some kind of text in your business on it. But chances are they're going to want to, especially these smaller organizations. For $10,000 to a company like Squarespace that they pay for that, or Tony Hinchcliffe or Willie Montgomery or one of the other comedians on a podcast with me one time, they will take the risk, knowing that the potential payoff is worth immense amounts of it. If I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother coming in for money. This is his brother coming to him that can make him a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes to do it if they are looking to make more money. And your brother's one of these people as well. He likes money. He likes this campus. He likes this place to watch. Why not get more of that? Would he like a dollar? I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, level up. Exactly. I mean, I hear about him. I don't need to know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. He's a multi-millionaire right now. It's nothing to him, but he sees the idea. And he knows that YouTube isn't forever. That there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his niche isn't forever. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking idea that has the opportunity to make him a millionaire. And if Mama Riser doesn't want him to be a millionaire, that's fine. He'll be a $999 millionaire for the rest of his life. Thank you. And just have this glass ceiling of the billionaire tax. Does not do that. And I understand that. Your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miserly and not to become greedy. I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother wants money. And he didn't come to you with this idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan. And I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this for if anything else, I would take it for. I would assume if you don't have one, wear the suits that are you look dude. across attractive different organizations, and you're going to be able to say, look, the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. But the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make $100,000. And by the third quarter, we just need 10 pretty good contests to make $1 million or so. Perhaps you're going to need more of those. That you might be able to gross $1 million in the first year, perhaps. There's a chance. And you're going to be able to shake up the industry and help people who make money. There's an aspect of that that I don't think maybe realize that there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people who would love the opportunity of an organized platform to be able to showcase their work. Right? So you're a muralist. And one of the great aspects of being a muralist is that people see what you do. Well, a lot of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea. The business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in a manila folder, and nobody ever gets it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity. And that's exciting. All right, Riser. Well, the report. And Riser, do you have any of the dating apps downloaded? Do you have Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
I don't.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why wouldn't you want to expose yourself to the most amount of great women? Okay, we can talk. Oh, no matches? Are you kidding? My biography would say this: 6'4". That's it. That's all it has to say. Women are going to throw them at you. Okay, right. So we'll work on that. It's not super complicated, but you need some professional pictures taken of yourself, or at least high quality photos of yourself, doing different things. At least one with your dog, that's wonderful. You want one of an action shot, one to be more serious. They don't have to do a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something like full body, that's great. You need 4 or 5 great pictures. You'll write your biography. And I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It isn't. The way that I was able to pick up a sociologist from Match, she worked at Tinder, is literally just having excellent pictures, having a good biography, and swiping right on a lot of women. And then all I had to do was check my box at the end of the day. And how did I do it? I had, 2 ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right for me, so I didn't have to sit there and swipe right all day. And secondly, I was able to hack the Tinder platform. You won't have to do any of those. I'm not sick, so I had to some of the creativity that I have, but you're not going to need to do any of those things. But literally, if in your case, if it would please your family, you should go at least you should have a date every single one. Somebody who you really connect with. Someone who likes animals and pickleball and all the things that you enjoy. Like that, a date a week is nothing. And you have to do that for like 2 months. And you find a girl you really like, and then, they're dating for months and months and months. They propose in the 10th grade, and you can juggle a cake and say, life. And then you're a real person, meaning a provider and you're a provider and you're a normal husband and father. Those are all the things that
That has my love.
I agree. We have to first convince Riser is a catch. He's got to recognize that he is. We have to recognize how much of a catch he is. Riser, I love this phrase that was talking about the Hotel of Money, and we got to discuss it. Riser, do you know how to know if you're cool? You just know. Meaning coolness comes through. It's something that you have to recognize. If you haven't recognized it in yourself, you're very cool. I'm cool. Being cool, I'm cool. I love having you. You gotta recognize that other people are gonna love having you, and that you have a very high value, and high value, the high internal appreciation of yourself is gonna go and take you a long way. But you gotta recognize it for yourself first. No one else can make you cool. No one else can give you that type of confidence. That's something that comes into it. And you don't understand it. It comes with you.
No. Sure. Just and so
You're a catch.
I'm saying like two and I have given so and yeah, thing you're right. Like you and things.
Thank
I
you.
do rising amazing. I can't do it.
You are amazing. You are amazing.
So,
Absolutely. You are amazing. All right. We go spend time with your family. On the Riser, it was a pleasure to speak with you again. Make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true. All of the dreams that you may have for your children come true, including not becoming billionaires, not becoming too successful, and love. And people love them. So I look forward to not just Riser, but our continued friendship. Send my best to Christopher. And you guys have a good one.
Thanks so much. And we'll talk again. Sure.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Bye-bye. So, okay. Yes. Take care, man. Shout out to Riser.
Because of our devotion to the Hashem Kappa.
What, Ethan? Ethan, can you? Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, is there any data? Is there any way you can take that right there and move it in the one where the Baltimore Ravens account is, and with the Baltimore Ravens account even here? Can you do that for me, please? Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here and move the other one. So here's the thing, Brandon. Well, let me just ask this. So the one that says Brandon A on it, you know what I'm talking about? No, the one that has the word King on it. That one, the one that you're using right now. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can change the profile picture?
The one. No, wait.
Yep, that one right there. The king on it.
Yeah.
Reason why is I don't want people to. I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here. It would be you could just have anything else you want. Is that okay?
Yeah.
No, the one that you're currently using, it is. I'll tell you what. And I really appreciate it. And I don't mind it, but I don't want the one that says 2000. Can you just change your profile picture on it? I would very much appreciate it. And then that would mean the world to me. You change it to whatever you want. And if you don't want to do that, I understand if you don't want to do that, then just take that account and move it to where the Baltimore Ravens money is, the Baltimore Ravens money to here, if that works for you. Either one. In fact, I could even do it for okay, so I'll do it. I'm gonna move this account into the Baltimore Ravens one. I'm gonna move the Baltimore Ravens one into here. Okay, is that all right? Excellent. Sincerely appreciate it. Then you don't have to change it. Just one moment. I'm moving this one to here. There we go. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon. There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much, my friend. Have a wonderful night. Let me know, okay? Sweet dreams, big dog. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Brandon. That was very nice.
Pardon me.